Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
Widespread power outages across the area.
Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Kramer, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion passes. Nomination.
Department of Defense, Peter Hegseth of Tennessee to be Secretary.
You want me to? The senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the confirmation of my constituent and friend, Pete Hegseth. Last week, During his 4.5-hour confirmation hearing, America saw exactly why President Trump nominated Pete Hegseth to be our next Secretary of Defense. Pete is patriotic, smart, he's an energetic leader. His priority is our warfighters and having their backs by focusing the Department of Defense on lethality and competence rather than extraneous political and social issues. He's the type of leader that can inspire, recruit, and retain the absolute best talent America has to offer. Despite Pete's qualifications, the mainstream media, desperate to derail President Trump and his nominees, has gone after Pete's character by airing false and unsubstantiated claims. Take, for example, the article published Tuesday, just this week, by the New York Times. Despite the salacious and misleading headline in this paper, buried beneath 13 paragraphs of slanderous allegations, the Times actually disclaims the entire story with a direct quote from the supposed victim herself, denying the allegations against Pete, saying, quote, "There was no physical abuse in my marriage." Yet look at this headline. Hegseth's ex-in-law claims he was abusive to second wife, even though in the same article, the second wife disclaims all of this. This isn't journalism. Take a moment to think about this. This is a hit job. The New York Times intentionally ran with a salacious and debunked account, buried the truth, and distorted the lead simply to undermine President Trump and his nominee. The New York Times is not alone. Unfortunately, NBC News, The Hill, Politico, and even the Associated Press all chose to run this same salacious, false headline instead of the facts. Unfortunately, I'm not surprised. This is the type of misleading and often unequivocally false reporting that we've learned to expect from the left-leaning media. The American people remember that the New York Times is the same publication that denied and suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story leading up to the 2020 election. It's the same paper that endorsed Joe Biden in 2020, the same paper that endorsed Kamala Harris in 2024. You know, the American people are sick and tired of the deception stemming from this alliance between the Democrat Party and the so-called mainstream media. This is yet another example of a story published with an aim to do harm, and despite evidence to the contrary. It's why media has lost much of its credibility with the American people, who see this article for what it is: a desperate, last-minute attempt to generate controversy where none exist. Pete Hegseth is someone who's going to fix the Pentagon and deliver on President Trump's vision of peace through strength. He's exactly the type of leader that the Pentagon needs in the face of an increasingly complex and escalating security situation that's occurring around the world. So while I'm disappointed, I'm not surprised at this 11th hour attempt by the media to raise debunked and completely discredited falsehoods simply with an aim to derail a confirmation. I urge my colleagues to see through this noise, evaluate Pete's nomination based on the merits, which is why I plan to vote for Mr. Hegseth. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum. Oh, I'm sorry.
Will the senator withhold his request?
Yes, move to vitiate the quorum.
The senator from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to reiterate what my colleague from Tennessee just talked about, the importance of the vote that we just took just a few minutes ago. Our nominee for new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Now, the procedure is, as we just voted, to close the vote, and now we wait 30 hours from just a few minutes ago and have the final vote on his nomination, which it looks like that he has the votes of a majority to be appointed or sent to the White House to be confirmed as the next Secretary of Defense. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, and I've watched 4 years of the destruction of the best military in our world, the United States of America. It is a shame what has happened. The DEI, the woke agenda that's being pushed on the troops in our country, to me is embarrassing. I'm a military brat. My dad died on active duty in the military, awarded 5 Bronze Stars and a Purple Heart at age 17, driving a tank across Europe after landing the first day at Normandy. We have to change course in our military. And we can talk about inflation and pumping gas and the crime and all the things that we're having a lot of problems with. But if you don't have a strong military to protect our borders and protect the citizens in our country from adversaries all over the world, we got problems. And it's got to start there. Pete Hegseth is the choice, the right choice. I like his age. I like his demeanor. I like the things he brings to our military. He's exciting, and he will energize this military into the next decade. And I'm excited about that. So hopefully in about 30 hours, we'll vote tomorrow night around 9 o'clock, and we'll vote to confirm Pete Hegseth is our new Secretary of Defense. Now, I'd like to turn to national security threats in our nation's agriculture sector and food supply chains. I'm on the Ag Committee. Over the past few years, the United States has experienced a rapid increase in foreign investment in the agriculture sector, particularly from China. We have to open our eyes. Bad things are happening around us. Growing foreign investment in agriculture and other essential industries like healthcare and energy is a direct threat to our country's national security. You know, for years now, I've been sounding the alarm about foreign ownership of American farmland and other elements of our food chain. According to the USDA data from December 2023, foreign investors own approximately 45 million acres of U.S. agricultural land. Now, let me say that again. 45 million acres of our forest and agriculture land in this country has been sold to foreign entities. Does that not scare us? What do we just see during COVID about our drug supply? We looked around, we looked for health care and help after COVID hit our borders, and what happened? We found out that it was all being made in China. So, 45 million acres, this represents over 1.5 million acres in one calendar year. Foreign ownership of U.S. agricultural land increased modestly from 2012 to 17, an average increase of 0.6 million acres per year. That's 2012 to 2017. But since 2017, the number has skyrocketed to an average of 2.6 million acres a year that we're selling our farmland to our adversaries. And it's just not China. It's Russia. It's other entities that don't wish us well at the end of the day. So additionally, between 2010 and 21, entities or individuals from China increased their ownership of U.S. agricultural land more than 20-fold, from about 14,000 acres to 400,000 acres. This is an unbelievable and unsustainable pace for the United States of America. Now, Alabama is experiencing, my state, this firsthand. We have the 4th largest amount of foreign-owned agricultural land in the United States at 2.2 million acres, most of which is forest land. It's not really agriculture in terms of growing row crops. It's basically our forest. You know, I represent over 62,000 farmers in the state of Alabama. I hear from them time and time again about foreign activity in our agriculture community. Threats like these are something our states can't handle all on their own. which is why President Ford established the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, also known in short terms, CFIUS. This was in 1975. In other words, this committee is supposed to keep an eye on foreign investments in our country. This is the governmental body that oversees the vetting process of foreign investments and acquisition of American companies in the interest of national security. CFIUS is composed of 9 members of President's Cabinet, including the Secretary of State, Treasurer, Defense, Homeland Security, Commerce, and Energy, the Attorney General, the U.S. Trade Representative, and the Director of Office of Science and Technology Policy also sit on this vetting board of industry and land in our country. Nowhere on that list did you hear me say the Secretary of Agriculture. Now, why is that? Chinese investors and companies own 277,000 acres of agriculture land in the United States. Considering the massive increase in foreign investment in our country, we need additional oversight for what's going on in our country. We got our eyes closed, which is why yesterday I introduced the Foreign Adversary Risk Management Act, called the FARM Act, here on the floor, that will accomplish 3 major things. First, it would add the Secretary of Agriculture as a permanent member of CFIUS. In other words, that somebody that's going to help our agriculture people vet land that's being bought by foreign entities. Second, it would protect the U.S. agriculture industry from foreign control through transactions, mergers, and acquisitions and agreements, or it would also designate agriculture supply chains as critical infrastructure and critical technologies. Third, it would require a report to Congress on current and potential foreign investments in the U.S. agriculture industry. This legislation, folks, is long overdue. These foreign investments now reach into every aspect of agriculture industry and supply chains, from farming and processing to packaging and shipping. We cannot, and I repeat, we cannot allow our adversaries to have a foot in the door to our critical supply chains. Food security is national security. We must prioritize increased oversight of foreign investment in our food supply chains, especially those coming from China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. This starts with giving the agriculture community a permanent seat at the table of CFIUS. The FARM Act does just that, and there's no better person to fill this permanent seat on CFIUS than my good friend who we had a hearing today as the new nominee for Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. I've known Brooke for 30 years. I met her while I was coaching at Texas A&M. She was the student body president in 1994. The students saw then that President Trump, what they see in her today, her strong leadership and her conviction of agriculture. It will be no different when she becomes the Secretary of Agriculture for the United States of America. Brooke was brought up in a small agriculture community in Glen Rose, Texas. She comes from several generations of American farmers. She participated in levels of 4-H and FFA. She raised livestock throughout her life. Now she is a mother. She's involved in the show steer industry with her 4 children. She received her Bachelor of Science degree in Agriculture and Development from A&M and later earned a law degree at the University of Texas. Later at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, she was engaged with rural and agriculture communities throughout Texas. She led litigation efforts that focused on the defense of Texas landowners and farmers against federal interference and regulations. Next, Brooke went on to serve in several roles in President Trump's White House. She served as the Director of Domestic Policy Council, Assistant to the President for Strategic Initiatives, and Director of the Office of American Innovation. In these roles, she helped roll back terrible EPA rules like Waters of the U.S., or WOTUS, that targeted farmers and ranchers. After the White House, she joined the American First Policy Institute, where she focused on protecting U.S. farmland and foreign entities seeking to gain control, especially from the Chinese. The AFPI, she strove to improve American food security, independence, as well as support measures that defend U.S. agriculture trade. Brooke understands these many challenges. In short, Brooke is a conservative warrior and will be an excellent Ag Secretary. I look forward to working with her to secure our farmland from foreign entities and working with her on passing a farm bill that puts American producers first again. As Alabama's voice on the Senate Ag Committee, I will continue fighting to secure our agricultural supply chain so our agriculture community can continue to put food on the table. And that starts with someone like Brooke Rollins as our Secretary of Agriculture. She is a terrific nominee, and I look forward to working with her on the committee. I expect her to move easily through the committee vote and here on this floor. So once she's out of committee, the Senate must vote on her for confirmation. She'll do great. She's perfect for the job, and I ask that the Senate take up both efforts quickly to defend our agriculture communities, which feeds not only the American people, but the entire world. I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with the remarks of my colleague from Alabama. We're looking forward to confirming Pete Hegseth. We're looking forward to working every single day until we get this cabinet completed. And Brooke Rollins over at Agriculture, we know that she is going to do a stellar job, and I do commend the senator for his Farm Act. I've joined him in co-sponsorship on that bill to protect our nation's farmers and our farmland owners and producers. This has been an exciting week. On Monday, we started with the inaugural of President Trump, and I will tell you, for so many of us in Tennessee and indeed across the country, this has been a reason to absolutely rejoice. People, it's so interesting to me, Mr. President, so many people say they survived the Biden-Harris administration. Isn't that an interesting way to think about it? The inflation, the border, all the issues, it was like survival to get through those 4 years. And because of this, the American people have really given the Trump administration and those of us in Congress a mandate. I refer to it as a to-do list, because at the Blackburn household, when there's something that has to be addressed, Chuck and I put it on a to-do list, meaning you don't stop until you get it done. Well, the good thing is, one of the top things is the southern border and securing that, and indeed we know President Trump has taken executive action to address this. He cut off that CBP-1 app and ended these migrant flights from other countries. He's ended catch and release. He restored the successful Remain in Mexico program, and importantly, he is designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Now, there are other things that he is doing. We all know that ICE is conducting raids and doing deportations, and we know that Congress is going to have to work with the Trump administration to make certain that these executive actions that he's taking, that we pass laws so that this is in federal statute. Now, one of those is the CLEAR Act, which is legislation I've had for years, and it ensures that state and local law enforcement officials can help the federal government with deporting these criminal illegal aliens. And by the way, that legislation requires ICE to reimburse those local law enforcement agencies. And of course, my Container Act, which again has been here for a while, it would empower the border communities, those communities that are right there on that border, farmers, ranchers, communities that those crossing illegally are running through their property. It would allow them to place barriers on federal land in order to protect their communities. And my Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, it would require illegals convicted of sexual offenses or domestic violence to be deported. These are individuals that have absolutely no business being in this country. And of course, we're going to have to do more than secure our border, and that means doing mass deportations. And here is the reason why. Under former President Biden, more than 10 million illegal aliens came into this country. Now, those are the ones we know about. On top of this, you have a classification that is called the gotaways. The gotaways are those that the Border Patrol could see on the camera, but they could not get to them to apprehend them. We know that in this number, you've got tens of thousands of criminal illegal aliens. These are not people that are coming for a better way of life. These are people that have committed crimes in their home countries and are looking to come here. Now, we know this open border has caused far too many tragedies to begin to count. And this is the reason that this body voted in a bipartisan manner for the Laken-Riley Act, and that is going to be one of the very first bills that President Trump signs into law. And because of the American public's overwhelming support for a secure border, for an end to illegal immigration, we are on our way to making this country, making our communities safe again. Now, we all know that border security is a critical part of national security. Indeed, that southern border is where national security and our foreign affairs actually meet, because that border is being overrun by people from about 150 different countries every single year. Now, we also know that when it comes to national security and how the world views us, that President Trump is showing that strong leadership that is needed, and he was able to secure the release of 2 Americans that were held by the Taliban within hours of taking office. I think that the American people are realizing that President Trump means business when it comes to our foreign policy and putting the interest of the American people in front of everything else. Another issue that we're focused on for the American people is getting the cost of living back under control. We all know that for the 4 years of the Biden administration, we saw record inflation, we saw reckless spending, and Tennesseans and indeed our citizens all across the country are still reeling from inflation. You know, Mr. President, to me, it is just so interesting. When people talk about the rate of inflation, they know it's not 2.9%, which the Biden administration was touting as they left office. If you go back and look at where prices were in January of 2021, when Joe Biden took office and inflation was at 1.4%, and then you look at what has happened month by month, the true rate of inflation and price escalation, that true rate of inflation is north of 20%. Indeed, I looked up what it is costing Tennessee families, and Mr. President, the numbers were astounding, because if you look at a basket of goods and services that a Tennessee family would buy in January 2021, so if they took that basket of goods and services, bought that same basket of goods and services, today their cost would be $1,060 more for the exact same basket of goods and services. Think about that. $1,060 per month. Now, maybe that's a house payment or the equivalent of a car payment. That is a lot of money. And this is why Americans are saying we want life to be affordable again. And it is why President Trump has already signed executive orders to roll back regulations. And it's why he is moving forward with DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, which will bring forward ideas of how we root out waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. And it's why he has frozen federal hiring and done that hiring freeze, which is so essential to being able to cap what the federal employment roles are and get going on doging all of these agencies. Well, to support these efforts, I filed a series of bills called the DOGE Acts. And, you know, Mr. President, these are not things that are new. These are bills that I have been pushing for a long time because it is important that we hold government accountable for how they're spending the taxpayer money. And President Trump is pushing forward with these concepts. Another area where we are going to see attention in order to get the cost of living down is extending President Trump's tax cuts to ensure that the American people are going to have more money in their pocket at the end of the month. You know, Mr. President, there's a gentleman in Tennessee that I ran into one day earlier in the Biden administration, and I asked how he was doing. And he said, well, he had been fussing a little bit. What he was fussing about was the high price at the pump and the high price at the grocery store. And he said, you know, under President Trump, I had some money left at the end of the month. And under Joe Biden, I've got too much month left at the end of my money. People are tired of being broke. They are tired of it. So they're ready to move forward. Another area where they're wanting to see some action, and they're so pleased with the steps President Trump has taken, and that is protecting young women in sports. And it's amazing to me how the left has abandoned our high school and college female athletes. You know, we have over 3 million young women who participate in sports every single day. They're competing. Mr. President, you've got 2 beautiful daughters. They are competitive athletes. These girls work hard, and they deserve to be able to compete and win. But it is as if the Biden-Harris administration waged a war on these incredible young female athletes by destroying fair play and forcing them to compete against biological men. And the results are tragic. Young women who often dedicate their entire lives to becoming so proficient and skilled at a sport, they're missing out on scholarships, on career opportunities, and on hard-earned records that they deserve to hold. This harm, abuse, and unfairness is coming to an end. And on Monday, President Trump signed an executive order that requires the federal government to recognize the biological reality of 2 sexes, male and female. And last week, I reintroduced legislation that helps to stand up for women and girls in sports. Now, there are 2 resolutions. One is calling on the NCAA to protect women in sports. They need to rescind their rule that allows biological men to compete against women in NCAA sports. And then the other is to take October 10th of each and every year and designate this as American Girls in Sports Day and celebrate the accomplishments of our female athletes. I also have the Fair Play for Girls Act. It will require the U.S. Attorney General to submit an analysis of violence against women in athletics, to submit that to Congress, as well as for policy recommendations to support these young women. Well, as you can see, the to-do list is long, and I've barely scratched the surface. The American people are looking forward to Republicans delivering on the mandate that they have issued, and they certainly are looking forward to what will be the golden age of America. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise now for the 296th time to direct our attention to what's coming at us through fossil fuel emissions causing our natural systems to be significantly disturbed. We are not yet all the way through the first week of the second Trump administration, and already Trump has made his priorities clear. Looters and polluters reign, and their feeding frenzy comes at the expense of the American people. I expect the looting and polluting has only just begun. So we've made a new chart that will surely see the Senate floor again. When President Trump needed cash for his campaign, he knew just who to ask. He convened big oil CEOs at Mar-a-Lago. He requested that they pony up $1 billion for his campaign. And he promised them he'd immediately reverse dozens of President Biden's environmental rules and policies and stop new ones from being enacted. Giving him $1 billion, he said, would be a deal because of the taxation and regulation they would avoid thanks to him. Well, he's right about that being a super deal for polluters. The industry benefits from more than $700 billion a year in subsidy in the United States alone. $1 billion to Trump to protect $700 billion to the industry. Pretty good return on investment for fossil fuel. Well, Trump won. And the billionaires who funded President Trump's campaign want their payback. Payback began this week with a big score for the looters and polluters. On his first day, President Trump signed executive orders to lay the groundwork for weakening vehicle emission standards, raising costs for families, an average of $6,000 to $8,000, while also harming public health from the added emissions and weakening our American automobile industry's global competitiveness. A major gift to big oil at the expense of regular Americans and consumers. To review EPA's 2009 finding that the greenhouse gases are a danger, even though that finding has been upheld by the Supreme Court. The winners, the polluters driving climate change. Dramatically reduce or eliminate the social cost of carbon to protect the fossil fuel free to pollute business model. Make subsidized fossil fuel winners over domestic clean energy losers. Do you remember when Republicans used to say government shouldn't pick winners and losers? Until it's the fossil fuel industry. withdrew from the Paris Climate Agreement, helping fossil fuel undermine global efforts to reduce their greenhouse gas pollution, stopping offshore wind development, clean energy competition to his fossil fuel funders at the expense of American consumers, workers, and our own domestic manufacturing base. Rhode Island, by the way, is home to the nation's first offshore wind farm and a growing number of good union jobs in the industry. Would President Trump say to the country that on his first day in office it was time to repay his big oil donors? Well, that wouldn't have gone over well. So he had to pretend that all these donor handouts would benefit the public. His first day executive order on energy begins by stating, "America's blessed with an abundance of energy and natural resources that have historically powered our nation's economic prosperity. In recent years, burdensome and ideologically motivated regulations have impeded the development of these resources, limited the generation of reliable and affordable electricity, reduced job creation, and inflicted high energy costs upon our citizens. These high energy costs devastate American consumers by driving up the cost of transportation, heating, utilities, farming, and manufacturing while weakening our national security." Virtually none of that is true. So let's look at the claims one by one. First, yeah, he got this right. America is indeed blessed with energy abundance. Where it's particularly abundant is in wind power. We have the third greatest offshore wind power potential of any country in the world. We have the fourth greatest onshore wind potential anywhere in the world. Indeed, wind resources in the Great Plains states alone could supply the U.S. with 16 times our electricity demand. That's energy abundance. Then, as this map from our national labs shows, we have amazing solar energy resource potential, particularly in the Southwest and through the Southeast. Now, Trump defines energy as, and I'm quoting here, crude oil, natural gas, least condensates, natural gas liquids, refined petroleum products, uranium, coal, biofuels, geothermal heat, the kinetic movement of flowing water, and critical minerals. Notice anything missing? That is literally every possible iteration of fossil fuel, plus nuclear, geothermal, and hydro. Everything except wind and solar, which produced more electricity than coal last year and could power the entire country. Trump next claims regulations have impeded the development of energy resources, and by that, as we've just heard, he means fossil fuels. Well, as he would say, wrong. Under President Biden, and actually, regrettably, from a climate point of view, the U.S. produced more oil than ever before in the Biden years. Indeed, setting monthly records for oil production. So that wasn't true either. Well, it is foolish to abandon those enormous wind and solar assets, not good for our country or our economy, good only for their fossil fuel competition. And there's an additional big economic danger if we stick with oil, because the U.S. is a high-cost oil producer. The average cost to produce a barrel of U.S. crude ranges from $50 to $70. In Saudi Arabia, the marginal cost of production is around $10 a barrel. $50 to $70 for us, $10 for the Saudis. That means our industry will always be vulnerable to cheaper foreign producers. And by the way, it has happened before. In 2015, the Saudis decided they didn't like America producing so much. So they turned on their spigots, causing a big hit to American oil and gas companies. Once they had tanked American production, they reduced their own back to normal levels, and the price of gasoline spiked for our consumers. They can do that again anytime they want. It is basic business and economic sense not to put all your eggs in an industry where you're the high-cost producer. We have competitive advantage in wind and solar with those massive resources and continent-straddling range that spans multiple time zones, allowing wind and solar energy to be sent wherever the wind isn't then blowing or wherever the sun isn't then shining. We have massive clean energy opportunities. Trump claims that existing energy policies have reduced job creation. Again, wrong. Oil patch jobs have been reduced not by regulations, but by automation. Where the country has seen a job boom is in the low-carbon energy sectors, with more than 400,000 jobs created since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. Low-carbon energy now employs more people than fossil energy. It's where the jobs are. Not that big oil cares about that for 1 minute. Trump claims that renewable energy is driving up energy costs for Americans. Wrong again. Solar and wind have for some time been the least expensive forms of energy that there are. Wind is the bottom blue line. Solar panels is the bottom yellow line. They have been the cheapest since 2015, or if you go back further, 2013. We've had a solid decade of wind and solar being the least expensive forms of energy for the American public, but big oil doesn't care. They just want to sell their dirty product. What does actually drive up energy costs for Americans? The greed of big oil. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine, OPEC, the international cartel, jacked up prices, and U.S. oil producers rode along to epic profits off of those events. You just have to look at their sworn financial statements filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission about what profits they earned. They earned the biggest profits in the history of the world. In a nutshell, they gouged. Electricity bills also rose when the price of natural gas spiked after that Russian invasion. Climate change means Americans are spending more to cool their homes because it's hotter than it's ever been. If you're living in Phoenix or Houston or Tampa, you're likely running your air conditioner nonstop for months on end. And that's on your electricity bill. And that's just going to get worse as Trump's looters and polluters have their way. Climate change-fueled wildfires are forcing utilities in the West to spend billions burying transmission and distribution lines to avoid sparking more fires. That increases electric bills, another climate cost to consumers. And obviously, Trump's decision to let his big LNG donors export more LNG will drive up natural gas prices here at home. When there's less at home because more is going overseas, prices go up. That's supply and demand 101. And here again, under Trump, fossil fuel wins, American families lose, and big oil doesn't care. The wind and sun and flowing water and the earth's heat are all free fuels. Fossil fuels put us at the mercy of foreign petro-dictators and predatory cartels. Just from a national security perspective, why not choose the free fuels that no outside actor controls? And then, of course, come the costs of climate change itself, burdening American families with climateflation, from grocery staples to insurance prices to shipping costs, all rising as a result of climate change disrupting agriculture, weather, and transit. Even a little gas price gouging by the industry thrown in. That's just the climateflation. Then comes the danger to our entire economy. For a look into coming attractions, check out what's happening out in Los Angeles, where raging Santa Ana winds turbocharged wildfires tearing through American families' homes, much because of climate change. Climate change is perhaps the biggest systemic financial risk to our economy and thus to families' personal finances. And where is this coming true first? In the insurance markets. Insurance markets are the leading edge of our time of consequences. The LA fires, with insured losses in the tens of billions of dollars and total economic losses likely in the hundreds of billions, on top of last fall's hurricanes, which resulted in hundreds of billions in economic losses in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, are a dangerous blow to tottering insurance markets. In recent years, millions of Americans had insurance policies canceled due to rising climate risk. Millions more saw skyrocketing premiums, particularly in Florida, that forced families, in some cases, to drop coverage, leaving their family's most important financial asset, their home, exposed. Insurers are pulling out of some markets altogether. Insurers are going bankrupt. Insurers are flooding mailboxes with price hikes and notices of cancellation and non-renewals, and that all hits property values. So the concern here is cascading failures. Cascading failures from the insurance market to the mortgage market to a property values collapse. And that ends in economy-wide catastrophe. Along the way, homeownership will move further out of reach for the middle class as homes are burdened with more risk and expense. Property owners will have homes that they aren't able to sell because they can't be insured. So a buyer can't get a mortgage to afford the house. There's a lot of pain before the collapse. We've been through a long period of climate lies. And now, unfortunately, we're entering the period of climate consequences. To stave off the worst consequences, we must eliminate the carbon pollution that is the root of it all. President Trump's executive orders do exactly the opposite, exposing us to grave economic dangers, and for the worst of reasons, to reward wealthy special interests who donated to his campaign. The American people need to watch their wallets. When President Trump says he's fighting for you, think twice. He's actually fighting for the big oil donors, the fossil fuel billionaires who got him elected. The looters and the polluters are looking to get ever richer, and they will loot working families, pollute Mother Nature, and damage our families' futures to do it. So, we fight on. I yield the floor.
Senator from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come today to, this weekend I was thinking about all the criticism President Trump is receiving right now for some of what the liberal media, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, kind of looking down their neck. I'm smarter than you, you're all wrong, you silly person. These sorts of narratives are going on all over the place. And as I heard it this weekend, it reminded me of a book that I read back in the 90s about President Reagan. It was a biography that said Ronald Reagan, how an ordinary man became an extraordinary leader. And if you remember back then, I was relatively young, but I remember about people saying, Ronald Reagan, he's got this idea of the Star Wars. They call it Star Wars because he felt he had an obligation to protect the American people by having some sort of a shield against missiles. Now we call that HIMARS. Israel calls it Iron Dome. We have technology deployed in space that are effectively a realization of that vision. But he was a silly actor from California that didn't know anything. What he did know was vision. And what he did know were adversaries. And what he did know were other countries failing to do their part in defending and protecting democracy. How does that relate to President Trump? President Trump over the past couple of weeks have said things, and you got to admit, when President talks, he talks in big, beautiful words. But he said something about Canada being the 51st state. He said something about Greenland maybe being a territory of the United States. He said he wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of Americas, which he did through an executive order because of his frustration with Mexico. And he also talked about the Panama Canal. Now, if you're a member of the liberal press, you're just going to look down your nose at him and say he's a silly guy and he's just saying dumb things. If you're somebody who lived through those criticisms of Ronald Reagan, I've got a little bit different take on it, Mr. President. Let's start with Canada. Why is President Trump frustrated with Canada? If you were to total up the shortfall of the Canadian government's contribution to NATO over the last 24 years, they have fallen short by $1/3 trillion, almost $300 billion for our mutual defense. They've decided not to pay into because why? Because they happen to have the world's strongest, greatest, enduring democracy right to their south. They know that the United States would prevent anybody from invading Canada, and they're taking it for granted. President Trump is tired of being taken for granted. I don't care if he uses language like Trudeau is the next governor. Whatever gets the Canadian people's attention to let them understand we've got a serious problem with our mutual defense in North America and Canada needs to pay attention. Canada needs to end their unfair trading practices when it comes to beef, when it comes to milk, when it comes to the way that they benefit from value-added transfers in the automobile industry. All of those are legitimate criticisms by President Trump, and I'm glad that he's had the courage and the insight to call them to account. Now let's move to Greenland. I'm going to go back, and by the way, I take this personally because I am the Republican leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group, have been since 2018. I spend a lot of time with our allies, and I believe that the NATO alliance is the most important treaty that's ever existed. And it's why we have free democracies today in the Western world. Well, when he's talking about Greenland, he's also trying to say, folks, wake up. Russia and China, for the first time in history, had joint military exercises in the Arctic. Many people may not know that. We do. China is flexing its muscles. Russia is flexing their muscles. They are in our space in the Arctic. We should take that seriously. He's sending a message to Europe to say, take care of our mutual defense, project power in the Arctic, check up against what we've already seen over the last year between China and Russia. So yeah, if he wants to use the language that he uses, he's communicating a very important point. We need to project power in the Arctic in a way that we haven't before. So those are the crazy comments about Canada and Greenland. Now let's go to Mexico. Mexico currently has right now an additional co-equal branch of government. They call them the cartels. If you go to the southern border, you will see the cartels in action. They have these things called plazas. So the cartels have decided that they're going to break up the geography on the southern border. They're going to charge people a premium to come across the border illegally, anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000. In plain sight, they let China import precursors in their ports. They transport them to factories where cartels manufacture fentanyl that they carry across the border and kill over 100,000 people a year here. The vast majority of that comes from Mexico. So, of course, the president should threaten tariffs. And, of course, the president should say you should get organized crime out of the decision-making process in Mexico. And if it takes the United States referring to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America to get the Mexican government and the Mexican people's attention, I'm fine with that. They need to work with us on sealing the border. They need to focus on their southern border. They need to wake up because we have a new administration that's going to treat them like adults and not like what arguably sometimes could be petulant children. They have safety and security because of where they are on the globe and their close proximity to the United States. We expect both Canada and Mexico to be good partners, and I thank President Trump for taking them to task. Lastly, the Panama Canal. When President Carter agreed to transfer ownership of the Panama Canal, we made a mistake, and rest President Carter's soul. But the mistake we made was making sure that the governance and the protection of the Panama Canal could never come under control of a communist nation. Now we know that China has actually business contracts on either end of the Panama Canal with the ports. They basically control the ingress and the egress to the Panama Canal. Now people will say, oh, he's so silly. He said they control the canal. That's just not right. I saw that on CNN. Here's what they didn't tell you. They have contracts at either end of the Panama Canal, folks. We've got to wake up. The president gets it. It's the most strategically important waterway in the world. So, Mr. President, I'm going to wind up my remarks so that the gentleman from Florida can come. But I believe that President Trump, you can criticize him for his rhetoric, but you can't criticize him for the truth when you tease through that rhetoric. Canada, Europe, Mexico, Panama, all owe in large part their independence and their ability to be a democratic nation on the United States. I think it is fair to suggest that they act like partners and treat the United States with respect. And I, for one, appreciate, although I wouldn't necessarily always use the words that President Trump does, I don't disagree with his objective, and I hope he keeps his foot on the accelerator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
First, I want to thank my colleague from North Carolina for his comments with regard to Canada, Greenland, Mexico, and the Panama Canal. We have to support the president. He's acted in the best interest of the American public. On November 5th, the American public overwhelmingly elected President Donald Trump with a very clear mandate. Democrats here in Washington don't have to like it, but it's not up to them. That's what the American people decided. Let's remember, we work for the American people. We don't work for Democrats' special interest or radical ideologies. Democrats need to get over the fact that Donald Trump won to make government work for the American people. President Trump has put together a great team with the needed qualifications to deliver on that clear mandate. His nominees are fully qualified and have the votes to get them confirmed. Think about this. When Barack Obama got elected in 2009, he had 7 nominees confirmed on the first day. 7. How many do we have? 1. By day 3, President Obama had 12. Today is the 4th day of President Trump's team. And because of the Democrats' obstruction, we have only 2 of President Trump's cabinet nominees confirmed. That's wrong. In 2021, Joe Biden's defense nominee, Lloyd Austin, was confirmed 2 days after Biden took office. But here we are on January 23, 2025. It's been 4 days, and President Trump's nominee to lead the Department of Defense has been reported out of committee, but still has not gotten a vote. Now that President Trump has been sworn in, it's time for Democrats to put country before politics. quit their obstructionist and stall tactics, and allow votes to confirm every single Donald Trump nominee. It's time to get to work for the American people. This starts with voting to confirm Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense today. Not tomorrow, not the next day, today. The Senate should not go home for the weekend until we vote on his confirmation. As a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee and a Navy veteran, I've seen clearly that we need a leader in the Pentagon who puts America's national interest above all else. I've seen how the Biden-Harris administration pushed the Department of Defense to prioritize wokeness over being the most lethal military force in the world. They prioritized diversity quotas and bureaucracy over recruiting strong individuals ready to serve and protect our nation. The Biden administration put our national security and the safety of our troops at risk. And we need someone who understands the mission and is ready to deliver. The status quo in Washington, D.C. has gone unchallenged for too long. The Pentagon, which failed 7 consecutive annual financial audits, is the best example of a government that is completely unaccountable to the American taxpayer. Pete Hegseth is a decorated combat veteran who understands the mission and what is needed to advance President Trump's agenda and reform the Department of Defense to make America's military the world's most lethal fighting force. That's what every American expects. He understands the sacrifice our military and their families make because he's been to war, led his fellow servicemen and women in combat, and knows individuals who have lost their lives or have been gravely injured during defending our nation. Pete knows how to hold people accountable, make sure we promote based on meritocracy, and get rid of the broken woke policies implemented by the Biden administration. After his active duty service, Pete continues to stand by his fellow service members here at home by leading Concerned Veterans of America, demonstrating a commitment to our nation's fighters rather than to the status quo. While the left-wing media has fixated on an anonymous whisper campaign, attempting to discredit and dismiss his achievements during his time at CVA, those who work closely with him tell a different story, a positive story. The policy priorities he championed were ultimately adopted by both Congress and the Trump administration and will benefit veterans for generations to come. The Department of Defense is one of the federal government's largest bureaucracies. That requires a leader who understands how to rely on a team, push for accountability, and bring needed reform. Under President Trump and Pete's strong leadership, the U.S. military will once again become the world's most lethal fighting force that our enemies fear and our allies respect. And I'll do everything I can to support their mission. Americans elected Trump as a mandate for change, and he's building a team to deliver. Pete is the fighter we need and the right person to get the Department of Defense back on track. We live in a very dangerous world and cannot risk the safety of this nation any further by not having President Trump's national security nominees in office today. I'd like to encourage my Democrat colleagues to get over their loss. I'm sure it's hard. And let these nominees come to the fore for a vote. They can vote however they want, but allow us to vote on these nominees. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from New Jersey.
I have an urgent matter, Mr. President. May I be recognized?
You are absolutely recognized.
I appreciate the great senator from the state of Florida with a haircut that's almost as good as mine. Thank you, sir. Every year, the pages come through in cycles. I shouldn't say every year. There's multiple classes of pages. They're usually all extraordinary. This is an extraordinary class of pages. I have some issues with them, which I'll air later. But one of the traditions that we have resurrected in this new Congress is the page poetry contest. And this time we had just a very small, a paucity of pages participated. That's alliteration, a paucity of pages participated. And we have a number of them. Katie Britt, in her eminent brilliance, and I have picked our top ones. Katie has picked one that I will mention, but we want to give these 4 of the 6. I feel bad for the 2 we've left out. We want to give them our highest honors. But first, the runner-up in the 3rd position is Kaya. There you are. You are the number 3. I would read your poem, but we don't have time. You are articulate. You are eloquent. I teared up when I read your poem. It was so powerful and prodigiously potent. And then the number 2, before I read the 2 winners, the one selected by me and then the one selected by Katie Britt. Number 2, Holden. Where's Holden? Holden over here as well. Holden, your poem too brought me to depths and heights. It took me to the nadir and to the zenith. It was very, very poetic, sir. You have talent as well. And then the 2 winners. Katie Britt has chosen Jake. Where is Jake? Jake, why are you sitting down? Why are those pages sitting down? Pages, stand up. Be accounted for yourself. Jake, you are now going to forever go into the Senate record. Are you prepared for this, Jake? Your works shall live forever. Here it goes. 5 months I've walked these halls of history, where wisdom lingers woven in the air. To serve the nation, humble though it be, I've witnessed duty's weight and leaders' care. The echoes of debates in chambers vast, where laws are forged and futures shaped with might, have shown me how the present shapes the past and kindled faith in government's light. I watched as leaders certified the will, a testament to voices heard and strong. Though times are tense, resolve can guide us still, a steadfast march to right what once was wrong. The service marks the start of dreams anew, to shape the world with honor's hue. I'm going to pause. This might be the first time the presiding officer has ever cried. Are you okay, presiding officer? He's going to make it. Congratulations. You are one of the 2 poet champions of the United States page class, fall page class. Yes, yes. Don't get an ego. Don't let it go to your head. Don't be like a senator. Okay. The other one, the final champion, Miss Pollen. Yes. Yes. Okay, here's your poem. We stand on blue carpeted floors. From AM to PM, we open Senate doors. Aching heels and curved backs, we feel our composure starting to crack. But in walks a senator, and posture is correct. Pages come together, all hands on deck. Excitement overtakes persistent exhaustion as we wait to hear debates on legislation. People of power laugh and joke as we watch and realize they're just common folk. Against the walls, we silently hear colleagues and officials, but most of all, friends dear. Within this room, there stands a central divide, but there exists no aisles in our hearts and our minds. That was fantastic. I am grateful for the poetic effort. I'm grateful for our poetry champions who will forever live in the annals of senatorial history. But there are a lot of people on this floor right now who have come to anticipate how I will proceed to demonstrate that these page writings are good, but now I will show them by reciting my own original poem. Before I do, let me make at these pages an angry poke. Dear God, you all have been here for 5 months and you couldn't tell me one good joke? Come on, come on. Painful, you all are the worst joke tellers, heaven knows, but I'm done. I've got my poem to read, so here goes. Pages, with your suits so navy. Understanding what you signed up, some people might think you're crazy. You clearly are the opposite of lazy. Up at 5 a.m., your teenage brains must be hazy. Taking a full load of classes, English, history, calculus, with its parabolas. So wavy. But that isn't the end of your days. See, you work full time on the job, on the floor, serving Republican senators like Mitch and Democrats like Maisie. You man phones and open doors. You tirelessly do the Senate's unglamorous chores in this job away from your fam, who can only see you if they join the 17 other Americans who regularly watch C-SPAN. But yet you are vital to this place I hope you all see. In our federal democracy, some might call you the foot soldiers of the Senate's slowly making history. And in this place of sometimes too many partisan wars, you are this powerful, gentle nudge to all of us old dinosaurs. That we are here for you, the future of our nation. You are a constant reminder of our sacred obligation. To put country first, you are subtly telling us in this sacred space that we are not individual athletes, but actually running a relay race. Soon the baton we will place in your hands, the next generation, to lead with honor, determination, and I pray grace. So pages, with your suits so blue, serving the Senate tried and true, doing everything we ask you to do, walking around barely awake some days, but you still made it through. Here are 3 pieces of advice I have for you. First, leap into the unknown, even if it seems scary. Just give it a try like you found out here. Into your Senate experience that had to petrify, leap. I know that to some of your friends that it must have stupefied. Don't play it safe, hunkering down just to fortify. Jump at tough challenges because life is simple. If you don't take great risks at falls, you'll never see how high you can fly. Number 2, second, make friends with people who think different and with whom you don't agree. This is the very idea of democracy. You've witnessed it here on the Senate floor. The TV often tells us that we should hate those who are different, but clearly you now know more. We are so much more than a partisan tribal war. Compromise is essential. Our founders forswore. I task you to be unifiers, common ground builders, defining yourself not by who you are against, but by who you are for. Take our national ideal of e pluribus unum and reclaim its splendor. Be an indivisible mentor, not just to preserve our democracy, but you are tasked with making it soar. And finally, pages, with your suits so clean, my last piece of advice is to dream bolder dreams. I believe it, that for you there is no limitation. God, you are already living way behind your ancestors' greatest imagination. Past generations did great things. They took humanity to flight, took on the most awful wrongs, and incredibly made them right. It's your turn, with grits, guts, and gumption, to dream America anew, challenge my generation's limited assumptions. Dream America anew. Don't wait for permission. Dream America anew. This is your mission. Dream America anew beyond what even your parents can now see. Dream America anew and bring us to new heights of freedom, justice, and prosperity. Pages, dream America anew. Dream America anew. Dream America anew. This is my advice, but also my prayer for you. Oh, and for all of history, I hereby put into the official Senate record this truth, not a rumor. The Senate class, my friends, was incredible, kind, dedicated, but you lacked a sense of humor. Mr. President, I see the extraordinary colleague here. We read her selected poem already, but I will tell you there are 99 colleagues, but nobody is more the surrogate Senate page parent than Katie Britt, the senator from Alabama. I hope that you all have learned from her the power of simple, everyday kindnesses. Mr. President, I defer to my friend, colleague, the senator from Alabama.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I walked out of a meeting and got to see my dear friend and distinguished colleague from New Jersey addressing these incredible individuals behind me, in front of me, and all around the room. And so, in typical fashion, I literally ran out the door to come and be a part of this. First, I think you know that my distinguished colleague from New Jersey and I, one of our favorite things that we get to do each and every semester that you're here is host you. Host you for lunch and conversation in a way that I think America needs to see. We do it across the aisle, we have laughs, thanks to this one, and we have a good time, and we get to dive into who you are and what your questions are and what this body is about. Getting to be a part of this distinguished poetry contest that you have, that's a new one for me. And it's one I hope that I get to continue to do because, guys, y'all are incredible. When I was reading through these, it reminded me not only how special it is that we get to walk in these doors every day, how incredible this body is and the gravity of the jobs that we do, but it showed me how phenomenal each and every one of you are for giving up your time, your energy, and your talent to make sure that this institution and our nation are better. So thank you for what you have given to this country through your service here the last couple of months. And my distinguished colleague from New Jersey has said it best, but just to add a couple of pieces of advice on your way out the door. Be unafraid to fail. Folks, I am not gonna lie to you, it's not fun to fail. But without your willingness to do it, you will never achieve what's possible for you and what God has in front of you. And look, when you do fail, learn from it. Take a step back. Figure out what role you played in that. what you can do better, how you can be better, and how you can grow as a result. Because I have found that everybody knows your peaks in life, but it is your valleys that actually truly define you and that they prepare you to climb the next hill. Also, and I hope you have seen this on the Senate floor, you do not have to agree with someone to show them respect. And in fact, we are counting on you to be respectful for those that you agree with and disagree with. That's what this nation was founded on. The ability to have these conversations, challenging conversations, with people that you respect, with people that you've built a relationship with that you may not agree with. We need your generation to help us continue to bring that back. I have seen that from each and every one of you, and I'm inspired by the way that you've conducted yourself. And then last but not least, get in the arena, right? Now, everyone's arena is different. Everyone's lane is unique, and that's not just okay, it's necessary. But we need you to be unafraid to jump in and to move this nation forward, because at the end of the day, we need you to achieve what we need to for the American people, not only just in your communities and state, but truly across the country. You've all been given a special gift, but it's up to you to utilize that to affect as many people as you possibly can in a positive way and make the world around you better as a result of who you are and the way that you conduct yourself. And so all of that to say, it has been an honor and a privilege to get to know you. From the bottom of my heart and on behalf of all of our colleagues, we are grateful for you. And I am grateful for my friendship with a senator from New Jersey. And I hope that our friendship has served as an example for you of what is possible when you maybe put differences aside. You get to know each other as people. You can have tough conversations, find common ground, and move good things forward. Thank you. And Mr. President, I yield the floor back to my distinguished colleague from New Jersey.
Thank you, Katie Britt, the tough as nails senator who will never quit. Before I sit, I just can't stop myself. I'm sorry. Let me stop here. I just thought it right, and thanks to Elizabeth, we should have all the poems into the Senate record. So with that, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that all 6 participants, including the 2 I didn't name, Gabriel, where is Gabriel? Gabriel, solid piece of work. I was splitting hairs. The only thing that dissed you was the Capitol subway is my home. It rises underneath the Great Dome. I just thought it was a lie that the Capitol subway is your home. I see you rarely on the subway. So your poetic genius was there. I dinged you because it was not truthful. And then the other name I want to give is Xavier. Where's Xavier? Where's Xavier? Xavier's not here. That's why Xavier did not get in. I knew he would not be here. It is terrible. It is terrible. That's what we pages are meant to observe and to learn from others, the pride to serve. I see no pride in his not being here right now. But I will say that they deserve to be in the Senate record. So again, all 6 poems, all 6 participants will be there. Katie Britt, thank you for your kind words. And Mr. President, we turn the Senate back over to its usual programming, although I do not think anything that will happen on this floor will be as fun as the fun that Katie and I just had. Thank you very much.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, in the United States, we believe in the peaceful transfer of power. Mr. President, in the United States, we believe that the people, not elected politicians, decide who is their president. And both of those principles have served our democracy very well through thick and thin, through strife and turmoil for the past 248 years. Mr. President, both of those principles were challenged on January 6, 2021. A mob that was incited by then President Trump attacked the Capitol for the explicit purpose of using violence to overturn the peaceful transfer of power. They were trying to intimidate elected politicians to substitute their judgment, their preferred candidate for president, instead of acknowledging the will of the people that they represented. But our democracy endured. That is the very good news. And in testament to that, we just witnessed a renewal of America's commitment to the peaceful transfer of power with the inauguration of Donald Trump as our 47th president. However, Mr. President, I speak today, sadly, about one of the first actions of President Trump. And that, of course, is pardoning 1,600 people and commuting sentences of 14 very dangerous criminals who were involved in that violent attack on January 6th. Mr. President, speaking for myself, I condemn that action by President Trump. Mr. President, I was there that day. Many of us were. I was in the gallery of the House of Representatives. It's a day I won't forget, but America will never forget. It's had a deep impact on our country, the citizens, the folks who work here, and that honorable tradition of the peaceful transfer of power. You know, I was very amazed and proud to see officers, men and women, who withstood this assault. More than 150 officers from the U.S. Capitol Police and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department were injured that day. 5 officers died in the aftermath. And there was severe damage to the Senate chamber, the House chamber, the office buildings, and the Capitol Rotunda, where we just had another inauguration only a few days ago. Blood, feces, glass, and other debris from the mob's attack was everywhere at a cost of close to $3 million. So, Mr. President, how is it that one of the first acts of our president, who wants to be a unifier, was to pardon those people who acted with such violence, such anger, and such contempt? President Trump has tried to erase this attack and rewrite the history of what happened on January 6th, calling the insurrectionists, including those who fought with the police, patriots and hostages. They were neither. Mr. President, I ask, should the President of the United States pardon a person who was sentenced to 7 months in federal prison for stealing a police riot shield from an officer and then using it to assault officers? Should a person who's affiliated with a neo-Nazi group and who was serving a sentence for breaking the law in Charlottesville in 2017 and who quoted Hitler before assaulting law enforcement in the U.S. Capitol, should that person be pardoned? I say no. Mr. President, should a president pardon a person who led an organization who orchestrated this riot after being convicted by a jury of impartial citizens and being convicted of seditious conspiracy? Mr. President, I say no. Should a president pardon a person who was sentenced to more than 6 years for beating the police with a metal whip, assaulting them with bear spray, something that can cause lasting eye damage? Should that person be pardoned? I say no. Mr. President, should a person who at his own trial said he didn't think he was subject to the laws governing the United States, and who before storming the Capitol bragged that what the British did to D.C. will be nothing compared to what he does. Should that person be pardoned? I say no. Mr. President, should a person who said many of us should be hanged, should that person be pardoned? I say no. Mr. President, I am very proud of the men and women of our law enforcement community. The U.S. Capitol Police and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, who stood their positions and defended the Capitol and defended the peaceful transfer of power. And I have in mind someone who was standing over me in the Capitol when I was in the gallery, and the mob was trying to break down the doors, breaking the glass of the House chamber. And this officer was a young man who commuted to work from about an hour away. He had 2 young children. He had his gun out. And I looked in his face and I could see the last thing in the world he wanted to do was have to use that weapon. But I saw that he was going to do his job in whatever was required to protect the people who were in that gallery. And I just thought to myself, how is it that the people who are attacking can have such disregard for the reality of this person's life and how much it would change his life if he actually had to use that firearm? And I'm proud, too, of Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life, Officer Howard Liebengood, Officer Jeffrey Smith, Officer Gunther Hishida, Officer Kyle DeFragtag, all of whom died in the aftermath of January 6th. These presidential pardons are disrespectful. They're also dangerous. They're disrespectful to the men and women who served, who suffered the violence, and are living with the consequences. And they're dangerous to the men and women of law enforcement who serve us every day. The pardons validate the violence of the mob and dishonor the service of those who protect us. Mr. President, these unconscionable and appalling actions of January 6th should be repudiated by every member of Congress. And whatever differences we have, it is vital that those differences be resolved at the ballot box and that the will of the people always be respected. No citizen, however passionate they may be about their political beliefs, no matter how disappointed they may be at the outcome of an election, is justified in attacking the men and women of the Capitol Police. Their actions should be condemned by each of us and by our president. Those actions should not be condoned with pardons. Mr. President, I yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
We are not in quorum call, so the senator is recognized.
Thank you. Madam President, we are in the midst of considering Peter Hegseth to be the next Secretary of Defense. I don't think there's a more important office in this country. Having power and responsibility for 3.4 million Americans, most of them in uniform, many of them civilians, all of them potentially putting their lives in harm's way. The President-elect's choice to lead the Department of Defense is not only one of the most significant he will make, but also probably the most unqualified nominee for this position of immense authority and responsibility in recent history. It's clear that his history of mismanagement, he drove 2 veterans organizations into the ground financially, makes him patently incapable of the powerfully challenging management tasks that he will have as Secretary of Defense. This sprawling enterprise has to be directed and guided by someone who has had some significant management responsibility in the past. I hesitate to say how much, because the standard and the bar have always been extremely high under both Republican and Democratic administrations, including President Trump's first term when he appointed General Mattis. I voted for General Mattis. He was obviously a Republican nominee, but he had the experience not just in combat, but also at the Pentagon. Now, I know that the president wants to be a disruptor and a change agent. The Pentagon may be in need of some change and disruption, but not chaos, not financial mismanagement, such as characterized Pete Hegseth's service as the head of Veterans for Freedom and then Concerned Veterans for America. What can be said about his service in those 2 organizations is that year after year, he spent more than he raised. He had deficits year after year, not by a little bit, by hundreds of thousands of dollars, so that at the end of his service at Veterans for Freedom, the board did an intervention. They had a forensic study done, which showed that there were tens of thousands of dollars in unpaid debt, and they, in effect, ousted him. He then went to Concerned Veterans for America, and same pattern, roughly the same financial failings, deficits year after year, significant in their number and total amount. And there again, he left under a cloud with a non-disclosure agreement so that we don't have necessarily the full story. So just as a management issue, this nomination is fundamentally flawed. He left those 2 separate organizations smoldering in ruins after just a few years as their executive director. We have documents from whistleblowers that detail a toxic workplace environment at those organizations. It was rife with alcohol abuse and sexual harassment under his leadership. Former employees have detailed that Mr. Hegseth routinely used organization funds to pursue personal pleasures, usually involving alcohol and women. His underlings referred to them as, quote, party girls, end quote. These veteran service organizations ran fiscal surpluses before Mr. Hegseth's tenure, and upon his exit, their budgets were really in flames. In one case, the organization simply ceased to exist. Veterans for Freedom was absorbed by another organization. He testified that he's proud of the work he did while he was at Veterans for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America, but he made a career of advocating for policies that would, in effect, contract and even defund the Veterans Administration and harm service members, veterans, and their families. For years, he lambasted veterans who pursued disability compensation, and he advocated for for-profit colleges that make their livings preying on service members and veterans. These organizations and the policies he advocated could potentially have done grave harm to our veterans. During his confirmation hearing, Mr. Hegseth also refused to answer questions regarding the use of active duty military within the borders of the United States. One of the President-elect's own former secretaries of defense stated unequivocally that, quote, the option to use active duty forces in law enforcement role should be only used as a matter of last resort and only in the most urgent and dire of situations, end quote. Yet the President-elect is apparently laying down plans to use the active duty military to conduct mass deportations and to quell civil unrest. Americans don't want the military, our men and women, on active duty, raiding restaurants and farms, looking for individuals that have overstayed their visas. If the president is unwilling to invest in ICE, it should not be the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, our active duty men and women, going into homes, workplaces, schools, churches, hospitals, and in effect performing the raids, the law enforcement duty that really are specifically prohibited by statute. Pete Hegseth will be behind these policies. Many of them he's already endorsed. Most of them, unfortunately, were not delved into in any depth in his hearing because so much of it was on the sexual improprieties and alcohol abuse and other personal issues that would be disqualifying. Let's make no mistake. There's a lot of focus on this latest affidavit. There is significant information, not anonymous smears, significant information in that affidavit. But there was already enough on the record, in fact, acknowledged during that hearing by Mr. Hegseth himself as to information that would be disqualifying if he, as a major, were up for promotion. If he, as a corporal, were up for promotion to a sergeant. Facts about marital infidelity, open, blatant, matter of public record, that would be disqualifying to him within the military, in fact, might even subject him to discipline within the military. Other reported instances of drunkenness, of misconduct, all of it in the public record acknowledged by him, at least as to the marital infidelity. So the focus on those personal aspects of his background took time. And by the way, we had very limited amounts of time because we were not permitted a second round of questioning. We were not given access to the FBI background report. We were not given, in fact, the benefit of a full FBI background investigation, an adequate one, because there were gaps, as shown by the affidavit, as to who was interviewed. And that's in part why that affidavit is important, because it shows that there were, in fact, gaps in the FBI's investigation. The American people don't want the National Guard or our military reserves or their active duty, their own neighbors, on the streets of Des Moines, Cleveland, Hartford, Montgomery, places where they call home, checking their papers, conducting surveillance operations that could sweep vast amounts of their private data. That's our military going into our workplaces and our homes, collecting information. The founders of this nation never envisioned our military as a police force. Neither did Congress, and that's why we have the Insurrection Act and other measures that forbid that kind of intrusion. In fact, it was that kind of invasion of their homes by the British military that caused them to adopt many of our constitutional guarantees against the use of the military in those kinds of purposes. Mr. Hegseth declined to state his opposition to such deployments when asked during his hearing. What he said, and I take him at his word, is that he will heed the president's direction as commander-in-chief. The reason he was chosen for this job obviously is not his experience as a manager. It's not his bona fides as a leader of major organizations. It's his loyalty to the president, to Donald Trump. And more than loyalty, it's fealty. It's that acquiescence, obedience, obsequiousness, blind loyalty that would lead him to take that order and in turn order American troops into people's homes. There's no question that beyond what could happen in America on our soil, his confirmation would also present enormous problems for our allies and partners in the Middle East. I've been working with the senior senator from South Carolina for some years to encourage the normalization of relations between the State of Israel and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's an enterprise and an effort that I think has occupied many of us in this chamber. We have visited the region together, and one of our objectives, in fact, is a treaty or agreement that would bind us closer together. Israel, Saudi Arabia, America, perhaps the UAE, as part of normalization of relations between Saudi Arabia and the regional nations and Israel. Suffice to say that the recent ceasefire announcement between Israel and Hamas is a historic shift in regional politics. I believe that Mr. Hegseth's personal beliefs would diminish our support of the peace process or derail it entirely because of comments he has made about Islam and Muslim nation. Those comments were explored in some detail in his testimony. My concern is there have been numerous reports, in addition to his own words, that appear to convey a hostility on his part, if not outright antagonism toward Islam and Muslims. A former employee of Concerned Veterans for America alleged that he shouted racist and Islamophobic chants during an official tour in Ohio, well publicized and well known in the region where Muslim nation and Islam are predominant. In his book, American Crusade, he expressed concern about Muslim birth rates and said, "The present moment for Christians is like the time of the Crusades, and that Christians must arm themselves, quote, metaphorically, intellectually, physically. Our fight is not with guns yet," end quote. Not with guns yet. Well, we are not in a time where we need a crusader in the old-fashioned sense of that word, and who says that Christians must arm themselves metaphorically, intellectually, physically, for a fight that may be coming. We are trying to engage those nations in a common purpose toward normalization, peace and stability, an expansion of the Abraham Accords. People in Israel are hoping that that progress can be made, that there can be a successful effort to build on the Abraham Accords. And the current ceasefire agreement is the result of both the Trump administration and the Biden administration coming together, the two teams, Brett McGurk and Envoy Whitcliffe, making sure that peace was the objective, not antagonism or hostility. Ambassador Wickover, I don't think, would want a Secretary of Defense talking about a crusade against Muslim nations. I don't think that a more problematic and concerning nominee has been put before this body. And I urge my Republican colleagues to review what Senator Murkowski and Senator Collins said when they announced that they were going to oppose this nomination, as they did earlier today. Senator Murkowski said, and I'm quoting, "I have met with him and carefully reviewed his writings, various reports, and other pertinent materials. I closely followed his hearings before the Senate Armed Services Committee and gathered substantial feedback from organizations, veterans, and Alaskans. After thorough evaluation, I must conclude that I cannot, in good conscience, support his nomination for Secretary of Defense." And she went on to talk about some of the allegations that have been made against Mr. Hegseth. Although he has recently revised his comments, and again I'm quoting, recently revised his statements on women in combat since being nominated, I remain concerned about the message that confirming Mr. Hegseth sends to women currently serving and those aspiring to join. Women have served our nation with distinction, overcoming immense obstacles to excel in combat and leadership roles, and they deserve to know that their leader honors and values their commitment to our nation, end quote. Now, the reason for that comment by Senator Murkowski was statements made by Mr. Hegseth 30 days before his hearing about the lack of value in women serving in the military and the inability, lack of capacity of women to serve in combat. He reversed himself, what one of my colleagues called nomination conversion, and modified his previous remarks. But he couldn't tell you what caused him to have a different opinion. And in the course of that hearing, truly revealed that he continues to have that view of women, which is a problem for recruiting women. They're now 18% of our military force. And more than just recruiting women, retaining women, especially when the scourge of sexual assault continues to be so problematic in the military. We've fought it for years. A number of us on the Armed Services Committee have supported measures that would provide for more effective prosecution through a system of investigation outside the chain of command. We've adopted those reforms. And military leaders have joined us in seeking to combat sexual assault and harassment. And here we have someone who has been accused very credibly and plausibly, not just in this affidavit, but by others, and the record is replete with them. They are accusations. There are no convictions here. Mr. Hegseth denies them. But again, simply what he acknowledges having done would disqualify him from a role of command in the military. And that background and record can't help but discourage women from joining and staying in the military. Senator Murkowski goes on to say, quote, while the allegations of sexual assault and excessive drinking do nothing to quiet my concerns, the past behaviors Mr. Hegseth has admitted to, including infidelity on multiple occasions, demonstrate a lack of judgment that is unbecoming of someone who would lead our armed forces. These behaviors starkly contrast the values and discipline expected of service members. Men and women in uniform are held accountable for such action, and they deserve leaders who uphold these same standards. Mr. Hegseth complained in our hearing that the military was lowering its standards for the men and women who serve in uniform. The only standards being lowered here are the standards for the Secretary of Defense, if Mr. Hegseth is confirmed. Mr. Trump, President Trump, is in effect dumbing down the Department of Defense. And it threatens to do grave damage to that powerfully important institution. Senator Murkowski goes on to say, above all, I believe that character is the defining trait required of the Secretary of Defense and must be prioritized without compromise. The leader of the Department of Defense must demonstrate and model the standards of behavior and character we expect of all service members, and Mr. Hegseth's nomination to the role poses significant concerns that I cannot overlook. Given the global security environment we're operating in, it is critical that we confirm a Secretary of Defense. However, I regret that I am unable to support Mr. Hegseth. End quote. What a powerfully damning statement. Not damning necessarily Mr. Hegseth as a human being. I respect his service. I said at the hearing that I was grateful and respectful of his service to our nation, including leading troops in combat and advocating for veterans. But these concerns about his personal background and about his lack of experience negate that respect for his service as a Secretary of Defense. As a Secretary of Defense. We are not choosing him to be a colonel, to be promoted. We're choosing him to lead the entire United States military and to make decisions that will be a matter of life or death. I was moved as well by the statements made by our colleague, Senator Collins, very much along the same lines. And I want to repeat some of what she said. Again, in the hope that our colleagues will listen to both of them. And she said, as an expert, if I may say, on the global challenges that this country faces now, quote, "The Secretary is going to be facing a number of incredibly complex problems that are going to require highly skilled management ability. I am concerned that Mr. Hegseth does not have the management experience and background that he will need in order to tackle these difficulties. I am also concerned about multiple statements, including some in the months just before he was nominated, that Mr. Hegseth made about women serving in the military. He and I had a candid conversation in December about his past statements and apparently evolving views. I am not convinced that his position on women serving in combat roles has changed. That is, in some ways, the nub of the problem. What he has said, how he has failed in past management positions, how he lacks that credibility as a managerial leader. Senator Collins continues, women comprise nearly 18% of our active duty military. They continue to make critical and valuable contributions to our national defense. I have long advocated that women who wish to serve in and can meet the rigorous standards of combat roles should be able to do so, and numerous women have proved they can accomplish this difficult feat. Currently, thousands of women are serving in combat roles, and many others serve in non-combat functions. Their service is essential to the success of our military. Mr. Hegseth also appears to lack a sufficient appreciation for some of the policies that the military is required to follow because they are codified in the laws of the United States of America. While I understand his points on the importance of up-to-date and workable rules of engagement, our prohibitions against torture come from American laws and treaties ratified by the United States, including the Geneva Conventions. Therefore, I will vote against the nominations, end quote. Mr. Hegseth has demeaned and dismissed the importance of the Geneva Convention. In fact, he's berated the lawyers in the Department of Defense who set standards and guidelines for what can be done. I will never forget talking to our former colleague, our great colleague, a friend and mentor to me, John McCain, about why he opposes torture, waterboarding, that kind of physical abuse, why he believed that these laws have to be followed by our military, not just as a matter of humanity, but effective military strategy. Torturing to gain information often produces false information, but it also reduces the quality of our military performance. And yet, Mr. Hegseth seems to dismiss those ideas about the Geneva Convention, about standards for military conduct, as categorically as he does many other of the standards that should apply. I hope my colleagues will listen to Senator Murkowski and Senator Collins, because in their statements, they say more effectively than I am in this lengthier talk on the floor, how important a vote against Mr. Hegseth is to the future of our national. After thorough evaluation, I must conclude that much has been written about him. I urge my colleagues to review an article that appeared in the New Yorker, Pete Hegseth's Secret History by Jane Mayer, who talks about some of these instances, not anonymous smears, as he said so many of them were, but an sourced and substantiated account of the kinds of misconduct that were detailed in a whistleblower report and other documents. Again, not an anonymous smear. Specific and explicit facts that were claimed. We don't have eyewitness proof in sworn testimony before the Armed Services Committee, but this report is powerful in what it shows. I hope that my colleagues, in the hours that we have left before we will vote again on Mr. Hegseth's nomination, will reconsider perhaps their vote earlier today, that they will recognize they will be responsible if things go wrong. And we hope to God always that nothing goes wrong, especially all of us who have family members who have served, mine in the United States Marine Corps, my oldest son as a combat veteran, and my second son, Michael, is a Navy SEAL. The responsibility of the Secretary of Defense to order men and women into harm's way is a truly awesome responsibility. Mr. Hegseth is not the person to have that responsibility. And I hope my colleagues will recognize that fact and vote against his nomination. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to resume legislative session.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 34, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
SRES 34, congratulating the Washington University and St. Louis Bears women's soccer team for winning the 2024 NCAA Division III Women's Soccer Championship.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Friday, January 24th. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Further, that the Senate resume consideration of executive calendar number 3 and that all time during recess, adjournment, and leader remarks count post-closure.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. President.
that they will recognize